Check, 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 check.
Check, check, check. Hello. Good morning. Test.
Good morning. Welcome to the Bangalore Golf League 2020 on behalf of the captain and the members of the managing committee of the Bangalore Golf Club. We welcome all of you to the live stream of the Bangalore Golf League. We will be broadcasting and streaming live from the first tee, the 10th tee, the 9th green and the 18th green. Right now you're watching the next 4-ball getting set to tee off from the first tee, and we will be showing you the live scores through the app in brief breaks. So the next batch ready to tee off from the first hole, and another batch is all set at the 10th hole as well. So stay tuned through the day for the live stream of the Bangalore Golf League 2020. Good tee off on the first hole. Coming in from right to left, getting an applause from his teammates as our next gentleman is all set. Gone a bit to the right, maybe in the first rough on the right, but all set. This batch. Got distracted by some noise in the background, so readdressing the tee, ensuring that nothing disturbs his first tee off. That's a solid drive, straight down center fairway, getting an applause from all the spectators. Off to a good start. The last gentleman of this batch all set to tee off on the first tee, and another 4-ball will be on its way at the Bangalore Golf League 2020. Topped it a bit, did not connect, and the ball has just gone a few yards in front of the tee box. No worries, there's always a second stroke to make up. Rory just teeing off on the first tee. On the first tee, we have from the Mavila golfers, Bhimesh Gowda, Prema Prasad, and from the PCC Eagles, Gyan Bhandari and Kuntalamin. Bhimesh Gowda all set. Strikes it straight down center fairway. Big thumbs up to his team. Gyan Bhandari playing to a 13 handicap. All set to tee off. Again disturbed by the sound around, requesting people to just quieten down, getting his thoughts together, reading the line again, readdressing now. Applause coming a bit to the right, but he's good on the first fairway. Kuntala Amin next on the tee. Shanked it a bit to the right. Maybe just off the first fairway. Prema Prasad will be all set to tee off from the red tee. On the 10th tee, from the SNC Eagles, we have Radhika Hegde playing to an 18 handicap, all set to tee off on the par 3. The three gentlemen, Raghurama, Sudhir Kumar and Captain Vinod M. Kashid, have already teed off. The last tee off on game 6 at the 10th tee, Radhika Hegde. Two of them have landed on the green. One was short of green, just short of bunker, as the batch proceeds towards the 10th green. We are coming live here from the Bangalore Golf Club. You're watching the Bangalore Golf League 2020. The live stream is up on YouTube, on the Bangalore Golf Club YouTube channel. The first match. SRC Chargers Ajay Melwani and Dimant one up. Game number 8 on the first tee from the La Marvella golfers, the Marvalera golfers, Adi Bhaskar and Desmond Rice. Adi Bhaskar playing to a handicap of 17. Desmond Rice on the tee right now, a 12 handicapper for the Marvalera golfers. And that's a good drive right there, just to the right of the fairway, but well placed for a second shot to the first green. A good line, a good possibility of an approach. From the PCC Eagles, Devan Ahuja playing to 13 and Sanjeev Kapoor playing to 16. The next two gentlemen on the tee, the first tee, game number 8 at the Bangalore Golf League 2020. Short of the bunker. So game 8. Sanjeev Kapoor, Devan Ahuja all set. low trajectory into the bunker on the first fairway. On the 10th tee, the next game teeing off, Sumukha Challengers and Garden City Stars. So on the 10th tee, SRC Chargers, Raghu S and Shiv Prasad versus Captain Rajagata Mohan and Rohit Manjunath have just teed off, walking towards the green. Back to the first tee, the high grounds, A.N. Manjunath and Girish GR versus the Gopalan Giants, Murli Ananta Sivan and Priya Alex. That's the next batch on T1. A.N. Manjunath playing to a handicap of 11. His partner Girish GR playing to 22. And from the Gopalan Giants, Murli Ananta Sivan playing to 20. And Priya Alex playing to a handicap of 9. Interesting contest between the high grounds and the Gopalan Giants. So Ravi Kumar Raju, convener of the tournament committee, the Bangalore Golf League 2020, just organizing the players to face the camera. The three gentlemen there that you see now, Mr. A.N. Manjunath, Girish GR and Murli Ananta Sivan. Two from High Grounds and one from Gopalan Giants. Priya Alex will be at the ladies' tee, the red marker, and there she runs in. The 9 handicapper Priya Alex coming in for the group photograph and also the videograph. So there, give them an applause, ladies and gentlemen, watching the live stream. A.N. Manjunath, Girish GR, Murli Ananta Sivan and Priya Alex. The next batch to tee off from the first tee, the 8:20 scheduled tee off on the dot, on schedule. High Grounds versus Gopalan Giants. And they're all set to go now. Manjunath will be the first to tee off. Place the ball a bit to the left, close to the tee mark. Just waiting for the batch ahead to move away. And now it's safe for him to tee. Low trajectory, going a bit to the left by the side of the bunker, missing the bunker to the left of the fairway, and Manjunath's on his way. Girish GR from the high grounds team playing to 22 on the tee. So Murli Ananta Sivan playing to 20. Murli on the tee. Hit the tree and went a bit to the left, struck the branch of the tree and just landed there. In the meantime, Dr. Bharat Singh taking a drop. Teed off from the 40, I think, went into the hazard. It's got a free drop there. Dr. Bharat Singh. Good shot by Bharat Singh. Carrying the bunker. On his way to the par 5 fourth. Gearing up to tee off from the first tee. Gopal Krishna P playing to 17 from the high grounds and Suresh Patil. And from the Gopalan Giants, we'll have Chetana Arjun playing to 14 and Vijay M.R. playing to 11. So that's the next tee off from the first tee. The previous batch still walking down the fairway, walking to the ball to get ready for their second shot to the first green.
This Mr. Suresh Patil is now waving out. Oh, by the way, we've switched to the 10th tee box. Just short of the bunker. I'm sure it'll be an easy up and down from there. Now we have one of our club champions, Mr. Ranga, teeing off on the 10th. I'm sure he's going to attack the pin with his easy swing. It's now Mr. Ravi Nagraj who's about to tee off, Ranga's partner. The white chalk mark on the tee box is distance to the front edge of the tee. And he's just over the bunker. Didn't quite make it to the green. Now limbering up is Mr. Ramegowda, and I think he's going to be partnering Mr. Kishore Chandra. Correction, Mr. Ramegowda's partner is Mr. Umesh Kumar. And they're playing against Vinod Chinappa and Mr. Vinod Anand Sharma. Mr. Ramegowda, also a prolific golfer, has won many tournaments, and I'm sure he's looking forward to some great golf this morning. He's also a fitness enthusiast and certainly does need to warm up his copious muscles. Looks like all the matches are quite tight. All square after 2, 1 up after 2, 2 up after 2, 2 up after 2. Jan Bhandari and Kuntal Amin of the PCC. Mr. Kamble and Meena Prakash are all square after 5. Next match to tee off from the 10th tee will be not yet ready because they're still on the green. let this batch tee off. Mr. Suresh Patil is about to tee off on the first tee. He's partnering Gopal Krishna. They are both of the high grounders, and they're going to be playing against our very own M.R. Vijay and Chetana Arjun of the Gopalan Giants. Mr. Suresh Patil, owner of the Basant Batons in KGA, fresh from not having won there, is now trying his hand in BGC. M.R. Vijay, another champ, had aspirations of becoming an amateur golfer in his younger days, but now you can see the bald pate. So he's given up all hopes of becoming a professional golfer, but he's a great club golfer. And there he goes, straight down the fairway, well past the bunker, and right next to the bunker, right up in front. From there, it's an easy 9-iron to the green, and he'd probably be trying for birdie. We have now Chetana Arjun teeing off from the ladies' tee up front. You can barely see her. Oh, she just finished. And now the foursome, they're walking up. Oh, well, she hasn't yet teed off and she's getting ready. I think we've got a camera right there as well. That is Chetana Arjun of the Gopalan Giants, Vijay's partner. Check. Mr. Umesh Kumar also gets to the green, just short of green. The earlier shot of Dr. Ramegowda went way left and veered right past the flag. R. Murli now teeing off on the first, getting ready. Just shot of the bunker on the right, perfect shot, perfect approach to the first green. Ravi Venkatesh, the advantage of a high handicap, usually wears a hat, but I think his team has forced him to wear a cap. Of the high grounders. A little nervous with his cap, I presume. R. Sridhar of the Gopalan Giants getting ready to tee off. Generates all the power in his swing from his legs, and you will watch how much power he gets. And away goes R. Sridhar, fondly known as Sridhar Woods in the club, is partnering another very good player, Sangeeta Kamath, who just teed off from the front ladies' tee box.
So good morning once again to all the viewers. We're coming here live from the Bangalore Golf Club, which is having the Bangalore Golf League 2020. This is the live stream brought to you by the Bangalore Golf Club. And I have with me the captain of the Bangalore Golf Club in these testing times, in these pandemic times, this COVID times, Captain B. Srini Murthy. So good morning, Srini. Warm welcome to you to the Bangalore Golf League 2020. I just want to ask you, it's been a tough year. You're on an extended year. You should have handed over in June to the next committee, but because of the situation, there were no elections. And this BGL, which was to be in February 20, a year later, close to January 21. So how has this journey been, and what has this pandemic and this situation actually showcased to you and put in front of you for the golf in BGC?
Good morning, Samir, and thank you for having me on your OTT. As they say, when you get into the ring, you get your gloves off. So here I think it's appropriate for me to take the mask off so that people know who's talking to them, and not necessarily from behind the mask. So if I'm going to talk for a minute, may I have this microphone? Yes, these almost 18 months have been pretty long. And as we were getting to wind up the club year in March for the last quarter, where we have a lot of fun, festivity and tournaments, the lockdown was thrust upon us and everything came to a complete standstill as across the world. Well, the BGC took it in its stride, and we just kept up the basic services to keep the club going and made sure that the golf course did not become a jungle. Because what we found was, when the activity in an area such as large as this stops, then it is overrun by both flora and fauna. The good part here was that we had a whole lot of birds coming in, and we kept the grass down to the low levels, and we kept trimming all kinds of other plants that came. So that was the physical infrastructure. And as far as our response to COVID went, we followed all the protocols, not only of the WHO, but of the government of India as well as the state government and our very own. Because as you know, we have a fairly high percentage of senior citizens, and we had to be extra careful. And I'm glad to report that the incidence of COVID was minimal in BGC, and there was not a single case that was attributed to having been spread within the club. We, in fact, tested the entire club twice over, and we're happy to report that we were successful in battling or resisting COVID. You can't really battle a virus that you can't see. Now, coming to the golf, we've had to suspend a few tournaments which were scheduled for April and May, but we've now been able to complete that after the lockdown's been lifted and the controls have been eased. And one of the main tournaments was the Bangalore Golf League, which fortunately we've been able to reschedule. This tournament is unique in that while it involves 300 people, it's spread over several days. So there's absolutely no chance of crowding, and it's very enjoyable. And this is a get-together, but it's a virtual get-together. It's a get-together of minds where people need to deal with each other, figure out strategies, and it's very involved. And as we can see, and you'll see over the next couple of days and through the month of January, you'll see the members having a lot of fun. And we've also set up a lot of technology, one of them being OTT, the other being an app which gives live scores all over the world. And I'm sure some of the families of many of our members, our senior members whose families are abroad, will also be watching the contest very keenly. And we're looking forward to this coverage as well as the game. Thanks, Amir.
Perfect, Srini. Congratulations to you and your committee for guiding this club through one of the most difficult times and keeping the ethos of golf and the ethos of Bangalore Golf Club totally intact. Wishing you the best for the remaining few weeks of your captainship that we have. And I'm sure that in the next 2 to 3 weeks that we're going to see more and more of the Bangalore Golf Club and, of course, right now, the Bangalore Golf League 2020. Thank you, Captain Srini Murthy, for talking to us, and let's see you on course and off course over the next 5 to 6 sessions of the Bangalore Golf League 2020.
Oh, and I must thank Mr. Ravi Kumar Raju and the rest of the managing committee for making all this happen. Thank you very much.
So big thank you to the captain, big thank you to the committee, and of course to the Bangalore Golf League committee, the convener, our chairman of tournaments, Ravi Kumar Raju, and his entire team of the BGL. All the best. See you around. We are coming live from the Bangalore Golf Club, and this is BGL 2020. Stay tuned to the live stream. We are bringing you live telecast from the first tee, the 10th tee, the 9th green, and the 18th green. And in between, you will see some interviews with some of our golfers, our players, and of course, our office bearers. Stay tuned live. This is Dr. Samir Hirani coming live from Bangalore Golf Club at the Bangalore Golf League 2020. See you around. Thank you. So Susan just teeing off from the 10th. Ball running on, just onto the green, and she's well placed for her putt to attempt a birdie at the 10th. The par 3 10th for the ladies' tee box. It was 147 yards, and she's pretty much well placed for that birdie putt. So Susan Perez and Uday Iswaran of the Sumukha Challengers playing against Dr. Girish Pant and Kishore Chandra Hetsi of the Garden City Stars. That's the next game on there on the 10th. Game number 6. Susan Perez, as you saw, playing to 17, already on the green, well placed for a birdie. Uday Iswaran, Dr. Girish Pant, and Kishore Chandra Hetsi coming up live here from the 10th. So ball going into the bunker just short of the green. To the left, that was Uday Iswaran of the Sumukha Challengers. Garden City Stars going to be represented by Dr. Girish Pant and Kishore Chandra Hetsi. Up next on the 10th. Let's see where this par 3 strike goes. Gone left again and just short, actually way short of the bunker and the green. So it's going to be an up and down. Need a good chip onto the green close to the pin. And this batch is also on its way. So game 6 from the 10th tee also on its way. And next we will have from the 10th Mahendra Karle, Mini Kuruvilla of the Sumukha Challengers against M.N. Krishnamurthy and Mallikarjun Vantagudi of the Garden City Stars. Coming up on the first tee from the high grounds, Appadurai and Chanapa BG, and from the Gopalan Giants, KR Prakash and Praveen Singhvi. That's the next batch on tee number 1. Vikram getting a good drive there to the right of the fairway, which gives him a good line to approach the first green. So Atrimet Plant Science, Sridev Bhairappa pairing up with Vikram Sehgal, playing against the Wednesday 5 club. Dr. Rafael Parambi playing to 13 and Utpal Desai playing to 8. Utpal on the tee box. Aiming a bit right so that he gets a good line. And an applause from the team, and there the ball rolling. Well placed for an approach again to the first green. So all four having good tee-offs on the first, and one more batch of the Bangalore Golf League. The Atrimet Plant Science and the Wednesday 5 club off to a great start. So all the players updating their score on the app. There you can see after 7, Team Morado all square, Guru Prasad and Vignesh Hebar all square with MR Kamble and Meera Prakash. BV Girish and Srinivasan 1 up, that is Vinod Srinivasan and BV Girish 1 up after 5 against Ajay Melwani and Dhimant. Captain Vinod and Radhika Hegde 1 up after 4. Joseph Matthias, Liam Norman, Ranganath VT and Ravi Nagraj all square after 2. Vinod Chinappa, Vinod Sharma, Dr. Ramegowda, Umesh Kumar all square after 1. Some of the games have just teed off on the 10th and the 1st, and the score updates haven't happened. Parth Raju and Sanjay Raru 2 up after 8. Dhananjay Naidu and Manish Chandak 2 up after 5. Shivram Subramanian and Sumant 3 up after 7. Prakash V and Siddharth Raju 2 up after 5. So Adi Bhaskar, Desmond Rice all square after 3. Gyan Bandari Kuntalamin doing well, 1 up after 3. Naveen Vahi, Sunil Rastogi 1 up after 3. Nitin Sood, Puneet Jalan 1 up after 4. So PCC Eagles doing well for their team there. Gopal and Giants, Murli and Priya 2 up after 2, Sridhar and Sangeeta 1 up after 1. On the other side, high grounders Gopal Krishna, Suresh Patil 1 up after 1. So live updates coming here from the app, which is powered by salesmpower.com. And you're here at the Bangalore Golf League 2020 from the Bangalore Golf Club, coming live on YouTube. The Bangalore Golf Club YouTube channel exclusively set up for the Bangalore Golf League. GV Guru Prasad and Vignesh all square after 7. Deepak Gowda and Satya Prasad 1 up after 7. Ramesh Reddy, Venkatesh Prasad 2 up after 5 from the challengers. SNC Eagles leading in 2 matches. Girish and Vinod Srinivasan 1 up after 5. Captain Vinod Rashid and Radhika Hegde 1 up after 4. Another batch on the 10th, gearing up to tee off. And here we have one batch which has reached the 9th green. I think the first batch to come to the 9th green, all ready to putt. On the first tee, game 4, Mitesh Jain, Syed Arifullah of Atrimet Plant Science against Arjun Talam and R. Vishwanath of Wednesday 5 Club. They are next on the tee. Sinks it in on the 9th. Pump of the fist. Satisfied first half. I think that was the first batch that completed 9 holes. Parth Raju, Sanjay Raju, Mangesh Rathi and Nitin Mandana. Parth Raju and Sanjay Raju of the Gokul team. Mangesh Rathi and Nitin Mandana of the Goyal Haryan punters. So they have completed 9 holes and have walked in to the breakfast hut. Right now we are coming live from the first tee box. Mitesh Jain, Syed Arifullah of the Atrimet Plant Science, Arjun Talam, R. Vishwanath of the Wednesday 5 Club. On the 10th tee, the Supremos, represented by Sundar and Som. Sundar playing to 5, Som playing to 23, just teeing off against the Epitome Kia, Karan Singhvi and Sanjay Sridhar. That's Sundar off the tee. And where does it land? I think a bit to the left of the green. Not looking very happy. Epitome Kia represented by Karan Singhvi and Sanjay Sridhar next on the tee. Is it veering from left to right? And that's on the green. So landing on the green, beyond the flag, just a bit to the right. "167 yards to the edge of the green, 10th tee, playing from the blue tee markers." This should also hit the green. An acknowledgement for the good shot. Maybe just short or just a bit to the right. And another batch is off. Supremos versus Epitome Kia. It was match number 2 from the 10th, scheduled at 9. Murli Ananta Sivan and Priya Alex 2 up after 2. Gopal Krishna Suresh Patil 2 up after 2. Sridhar Sangeeta 1 up after 1. Prakash and Praveen Singhvi all square after 1. These batches have just teed off, so no live updates in the scores yet. So bright, sunny morning after a long time. Last few days, overcast, incessant rains, wet golf course, play being called off. The inaugural dinner of the Bangalore Golf League called off because of the wet conditions. All that is in the past now. Bright, sunny morning here at the Bangalore Golf Club, where we are witnessing the first ever Bangalore Golf League, which was scheduled to be in 2020. The pandemic pushing it a bit to 2021, but it's all happening here live now. And you're watching the Bangalore Golf League live stream on the Bangalore Golf Club YouTube channel. All tees, 70% of the tee offs done, just 30% left, just 3 more batches of the first and 3 more batches of the 10th to tee off. And first batch is already coming on the 9th and the 18th greens. So we will be bringing the live stream from the first tee, the 10th tee, the 9th green and the 18th green, and a few interviews. So the second batch onto the 9th green, just teeing off. Last man off the tee, just going to the right of the green, down a bit into the woods. Let's see if he can get a good chip out there onto the green. We can see one ball, well placed, landed on the green. A chance to putt for a birdie. An uphill putt from left to right. Let's see who that lucky gentleman is. It's from the Goel Hariyan punters. The way they're walking towards the ball, it looks like Dhananjay. On the 10th tee, the Supremos versus Epitome Kia. From the Supremos, we have Sunil Kumar playing to a handicap of 15 and Wing Commander Mallikarjun Vagar playing to 17. And they will be playing against Hema Priya Sujesh and N. Prakash. So Hema Priya Sujesh with a handicap of 13 and N. Prakash with a handicap of 9. On the 10th tee, right now it is Sunil Kumar, all set to tee off. Wing Commander getting set to tee off next. Running low. Couldn't climb the slope, just short of the walking path. N. Prakash now placing the ball on the tee, very low tee. Let's see if he can land close. I'm sure he's going to attack the pin. 9 handicapper N. Prakash, the young 65-year-old, plays 3 over, 4 over the course, is now all set to attack the pin on the 10th par 3, the first hole for his group on that day, representing Epitome Kia. Where did that land? Hema Priya Sujesh now gearing up. Meanwhile, on the 18th, the batch putting, just missing the hole, but well placed to sink it in next. Just going to the left of the cup. So this is the first batch from the back 9. We've reached the 18th green. GV Guru Prasad, Vignesh Hebar, Hemar Kamble and Meena Prakash have reached the 18th. They teed off from the back 9, and that's Meena Prakash just checking the line of a putt, a 15 handicapper. She will be joining us later in the day with some commentary in Kannada. Will she sink the par and enjoy her breakfast? Yes, and that sinks in, and that's her par at the 18th. As the batch behind is ready to approach the green, and this batch walks off the 18th green. So 2 batches have finished half the course, one finishing on the 9th and the other finishing on the 18th, those who started from the back 9. So 2 batches are halfway home, and they will continue. Here there's one more batch here on the 9th. This batch is KSN Prasad and Om Prakash of Gokul versus Goyal Haryan punters Dhananjay Naidu and Manish Chandak. Just fell short of the hole and sinks it in next. Manish Chandak, as Dhananjay Naidu now lining up to putt. And that's in. That's in, and KSN Prasad and Om Prakash of the Gokul team, and that sinks in too. A good applause. And that's another batch that has finished half the course. Some strategizing there by Epitome Kia. The next bats that is going to go off the 10th is Dr. N. Chandrasekhar and Nikhil Gurjar of the Supremos versus Anant B. and Jasmeet Singh of Epitome Kia. The batch approaching the 18th green. Deepak Gowda and Satya Prasad of Team Morado versus Kodandram Ramaya and Sri Lakshmi B of the Gokul Challengers. So Kodandram running it along the ground, just moving away to the right of the pin, but well short. So Kodandram Ramaya and Sri Lakshmi B of the Gokul Challengers versus Deepak Gowda and Satya Prasad of Team Morado. So Satya Prasad of Team Morado putting downhill on the 18th, falling short of the pin, was going for a right to left putt, couldn't get enough momentum to sink it in. So he'll have to wait. Deepak now from the right of the green. Did he get enough legs? Coming close, but we'll have to put that in again. Now Sri Lakshmi has an uphill putt. Would be aiming from left to right. A few inches left. Kodandram Ramaya is pretty close and all set to sink in for a bogey. Sri Lakshmi B, a 9 handicapper. Falling short of the hole and decides to wait. Missing that. Was pretty sure that it sank in, but it moved away to the left. Not happy with himself. Satya. Or was it Deepak? The same story with Satya, just picking up the ball. Both of them missing the left of the cup, and I think the hole has been won by the Gokul challengers, by the fist pump. And the other two from the team Morado picking up in despair. Not happy with the finish as the next batch approaches. The 18th, we're going back to the first tee. Man on tee, ready to tee off. The next batch that will be teeing off. Manpreet Sachdev, Ujjwal Doddanavar of the Atrimet Plant Science against F.R. Singhvi and V.T. Anand of the Wednesday 5 clubs. So 4 of them have teed off to the 10th tee now. A miss hit going to the left into the woods. Chandru, that is Dr. N. Chandrasekhar. Nikhil Gurjar on the tee. Pablo printed on his jersey. Coming from right, will that come onto the green? From Epitome Kia, we'll have Anant B and Jasmeet Singh. So Jasmeet on the tee now. Looking to come from right to left, Jasmeet Singh. Maybe short of green on the right by the looks of it. Anant B now on the tee. Giving his partner a thumbs up, Jasmeet. So Anand can't see any ball on the green. There seems to be one in the bunker. Few of them short right of the green. Another batch on the 18th, batch that teed off from the back nine. And one more team getting ready to tee off on the 9th. Dhanlakshmi Rice, SR Uday, Team Morado, Gokul Challengers, Ramesh Reddy and Venkatesh Prasad. That's Chip. Short of the pin, left himself with a pretty long 10 feet uphill putt. As Dhanlakshmi Rice now lining up for her putt on the 18th. Dr. Bharat Singh deep in conversation with his opponents at the 9th tee. The dental surgeon from Valley Kaval. Dhanlakshmi Rice. With a 12-footer, 12 to 13 foot uphill, aiming left to right, strikes it and just short. Actually, it was pretty long. It was much more than 12 feet. It was at least a 20-footer. And she'll have to putt once more. Her partner is SR Uday. And they're playing against Ramesh Reddy GS and Venkatesh Prasad KS. Uphill again and just falling short of the pin, and a tap in to complete the hole given by their partners. This is live from the 9th green. Adit Mozaria and Pankaj Mittal of the Goyal Haryan Punters against Shivram Subramanian and Sumant of Gokul. Just stopping at the edge of the hole. As we move back to the 18th, SR Uday lining up. Venkatesh Prasad has sunk it in, and Dhan Lakshmi now to finish the hole. So Pankaj Mittal also completing his putt, and now it's down to Dhan Lakshmi on the 18th green. And she sinks it too. So another batch finishes on the 9th, and one more batch finishes on the 18th. So 3 batches on each half have completed 9 holes. As we take you back to the 9th, where Prakash V and Siddharth Raju of Gokul are teeing off against Goyal Haryan punters Dr. Bharat Singh and Varat Jain. Bharat Singh placing his ball on the tee. Got his wood, but couldn't strike it well, hit the tree and fell short of the slope. Not happy with his shot. So a couple of them on the green. Stiff competition here between the Gokul and the Goyal Haryan punters. Pulled it left into the clubhouse, so just playing a provisional, just in case the ball is lost. Back to the 10th tee. Betaya Rajesh teeing off. Betaya Rajesh of the Supremos, and lands right on the green, 20 feet right of the pin. Well placed. BR on his jersey. And now it's Sanjay Malpani from the Supremos playing to 18 on the tee. Betaya Rajesh and Sanjay Malpani playing against Kedarnath Mudda and Raman Mangalorkar. Kedarnath, pretty low shot, running in. Raman and Kedarnath from Epitome Kia. A bit heavy on the club, Ramon, but still could make it. Siddharth Raju and Prakash V on the 9th green, representing the Gokuls. Just past the hole, a putt from the first cut. Just the edge of the green, just past the hole on the right. As Bharat Singh picking up. Didn't strike it well. Siddharth, weak putt moving away to the left, and they've given it to him. So it's a given, as I think the hole was won by the Gokuls. Goyal Haryan punters. Bharat Jain still waiting to putt. Shouts of an O as Bharat Jain just stops at the edge of the hole. I think that was for a birdie. So all the batches have teed off from the first and the ninth. In fact, the first batch that teed off from the first is ready to tee off from the 10th and play the second half. As you can see the scores, all square after 2, Sundar and Somshekar against Karan Sangvi and Sanjay Sridhar. All square after 1. 1 up after 9, Path Raju, Sanjay Raju. 3 up after 8, Dhananjay Naidu and Manish Chandak. 3 up after 9, Shivram Subramanian and Sumant NY. And 3 up after 7, V Prakash and Siddharth MP Raju. 3 up after 7, Nitin Sood, Puneet Jalan. 2 up after 7, Naveen Wahi, Sunil Rastogi. All square after 6, Gauda, Prema Prasad, Gyan Bandari, Kuntal Amin. Devan Ahuja, Sanjeev Kapoor. 2 up after 5. 1 up after 4, Murli, Anand Sivan and Priya Alex. 2 up after 3, Gopal Krishna and Suresh Patil. 1 up after 3, Sridhar and Sangeeta Kamath. 1 up after 2, KR Prakash and Praveen Singhvi. 1 up after 2, Dr. Rafael Parambi and Utpal Desai. 2 up after 2, Arjun Talam, R. Vishwanath. All square and all square the other two teams in that draw of Wednesday 5 Club and Atrimet Plant sides. So halfway, Meena Prakash, M.R. Kamble, Guru Prasad, Vignesh Hebar were all square. Kodandram Ramaya and Sri Lakshmi 1 up after 9. Ramesh Reddy, Venkatesh Prasad 2 up after 5. 1 up after 8, B.V. Girish and Vinod Srinivasan. 1 up after 7, Captain Vinod Kashid and Radhika Hegde. So we have this app here. You can download it on your phone and view the scores. All the players have their authorized OTPs to log in and update their own scores. The rest can view the scores on the app or on the web link in case you're in front of a system. So N. Prakash, Hema Priya Sujesh 2 up after 2. All square, Karan Singhvi's batch, Jasmeet Singh's batch. 1 up after 9, Parth Raju, Sanjay Raju. 3 up after 8, Dhananjay Naidu and Manish Chandak. 3 up after 9, Shivram Subramanian and Sumant NY. 3 up after 7, Prakash V and Siddharth MP Raju. So some of the scores not yet updated on the app, as many of them have finished 9 holes and are all set for the back half or the second half of the game. His partner made it just to the green, and I think he's just to the left onto the green. That batch is Nitin Sood and Puneet K. Jalan of the PCC Eagles, and the Marvalera golfers Rohan Puri and Santosh G. Kadam will tee off next. So go to the back nine, the 10th tee, the first batch which is starting the 10th hole. Parth Raju, Sanjay Raju, Mangesh Rathi and Nitin Mandana have teed off from the 10th. So they're off to the back nine after a successful front nine. While we go back to the 9th green, Rohan Puri is set to tee off. Rohan Puri of the Marvalera golfers with his partner Santosh G. Kadam. And he's on the green too. So all four golfers in that group seem to have made it to the green. One is just on the edge, but just off the edge. Rohan Puri on the green and the other two also on the green. So keen contest there between the Marvalera golfers and the PCC Eagles. So Kodandram Ramaya all set to tee off from the first tee, but it's the back nine for them because they were the first batch or the second batch from the back nine in the morning, and now playing from the first tee, Kodandram Ramaya. He is partnering Sri Lakshmi. They are the Gokul challengers and they're playing against Deepak Gowda and Satya Prasad of Team Morado. Deepak now getting on the tee. A bit to the right on the fairway, signaling Satya now on the first tee. So Satya strikes it well. And a confident walk onto the fairway. In the meantime, I think Sri Lakshmi will tee off from the red marker. And she too is down center fairway. Well lined up for a second shot to the green. As we are back to the 9th green, Rohan Puri, Santosh Kadam of the Marvalera golfers and the PCC Eagles, Nitin Sood and Puneet Jalan. Uphill putt from just off the edge of the green, moving away right and not reaching the pin. Mr. Sood. Rohan Puri now just on the green Uphill again, will be aiming left to right around 6 inches. So Rohan Puri of the Marvel era golfers. All 4 golfers on the green, putting for birdies. You saw Mr. Sood just miss his. Now Rohan, it's a long birdie putt, but he's a single handicapper, playing to 7. Strikes it uphill. He's got the line, but not enough legs. Just moving away, falling short of the pin, signaling to his caddy that he did not strike it well enough, but would be getting a par to end the first 9. This looks like Puneet Jalan now, or no, it's Santosh Kadam. I think he has a double line. It will go left to right and then right to left again. Strikes it, coming from the right of the pin and crossing it from the left. But never over, never in is what they say. So he had to go for the pin, just crossing it, and he too should be in for a par. And this is, I think, Puneet lining up farthest away, and Mr. Sood wanting to finish or helping his partner get the line. It's a bit downhill from there, and again has to play left to right. This should be Nitin Sood, 8 handicapper. Came beautifully onto the green, going for his birdie, downhill, left to right. Took some time with the line, advice from his partner, his caddy. Striking it. Will that be a birdie on the 9th? Just past the hole, but well placed to complete a par in the first half. And I think he wants to just finish it, telling his opponents, and they give him the putt. Santosh Kadam putting for a par, and then we have Rohan Puri too. That's a par for Santosh and a given par for Rohan Puri. Well, Dhananjay Naidu now set to tee off on the 10th, 167 yards to the edge of the green. Pulls it a bit left, arching his back to see, and the ball is over the green on the left. His partner now on the tee, Manish Chandak. Manish Chandak, 12th handicapper on the par 3. 10th. To the right of the bunker. KSN Prasad and Om Prakash playing with them. And this one is into the bunker on the left, short of the green. Prakash. It was a bit of a heavy club. Hit a bit behind the ball in the bunker on the left. So Om Prakash next on the tee. Having some discussion with their opponents as his partner has gone into the bunker. Short of the green on the left. Can Om Prakash hit the green? No one on the green yet. Dhananjay over on the left. His partner Manish is short on the right or just to the right. Prasad is in the bunker. What's Om Prakash going to do? This looks a bit right again. And well, no one on the green as they progress towards the 10th green. A batch approaching the 18th green. All pitching a layup to the green. First man just climbing onto the green, yes. And all set for a 20-footer uphill for a birdie. So after 9, all square, Kamble and Meena and Guru and Vignesh, Kodandram Ramaya and Sri Lakshmi 1 up after 9, Ramesh Reddy and Venkatesh Prasad 2 up after 5. BV Girish, Vinod Srinivasan 2 up after 9, Captain Vinod and Radhika 1 up after 7. The approach shot on the 18th, batch moving in close. SR Uday off the first tee, pulled it a bit to the left, past the bunker. On the fairway to the left, SR Uday, partnering with Dhanalakshmi Rice. Ramesh Reddy. Gokul Challengers teeing off the first. Venkatesh is ready on the tee while we move to the 9th tee. This is Naveen Wahi and Sunil Rastogi of the PCC Eagles against Govind Srinivasan and N. Murthy of the Marvel Era Golfers. Walking down the 9th, par 3 to finish their first half. So Mohan now just chipping onto the 18th green, coming in close. So Mohan marking. So Anil now again looking for a left to right putt from just off. The ball breaks a bit soon, but well placed to finish the putt, and probably a par for him or a bogey. So Champa there now queuing up to putt. Champa Kabra partnering Sumitra Thor against Anil Chako and Mohan Kumar. Just missing. And she will get a given, I guess, or a tap in to complete the hole. Marking it. So it looks like the competition is very tight. No given for a tap in putt, literally. Sumitra Thor now lining up uphill. Sumitra Thor playing to a handicap of 7. Uphill, left to right on the 18th. Around 14 feet away from the pin. Easy putting for a birdie. And that's looking good, just stopping short of the pin. 2 more rolls and maybe he would have been in. So I think that should be a tap-in par for Sumitra Thor to finish the 18th. And so pick up for Champa, a given to her as well. Anil and Mohan Kumar now to complete the honors. And just hitting the lip. He was aiming for the left of the cup, took the right lip and missed it. Not at all happy. Mohan missed it by a whisker. It's like the slip between the cup and the lip is exactly what we saw. It looked like it was just falling in. Took the right lip and moved away and couldn't believe that he missed it. And the partner in frustration just tapping the ball away and walking off. So it looks like Champa and Sumitra Thor packed that hole in their pocket, and they have finished their 9. Back to the 9th green. Sunil Rastogi, Naveen Wahi versus Govind Srinivasan and N. Murthy. That looks like the batch on the 9th. Yes, that's Govind Srinivasan checking out his line. The Marvel era golfers and the PCC Eagles. That's N. Murthy, a photo man, playing to a handicap of 13, standing a bit cross for his putt, a unique putting stance, lining up with the back leg, and somebody waking him up or disturbing him from behind. And he needs to mark. I think there's a ball coming out of the woods. Maybe Sunil Rastogi or Naveen Wahi. One of them is in the woods on the right. And they need to chip out. Murthy now queuing up, placing the ball back. A right to left putt. Pretty much a medium strength. Nice lush green because of the rains for the last few days. Right to left, flattish, slightly downhill. Striking it and just stopping short of the pin. Will tap in to complete the hole. Yes, give in putt for him. PCC Eagles just chipping from outside. It's a good chip, moving close to the pin and just over the pin. Well placed, flattish, mildly uphill putt to complete the green. So Govind Srinivasan now lining up to putt. Is he on course for a birdie? Striking it and just missing the left of the hole. And that should be a tap in par for Govind. So the PCC Eagles now to finish. Just missing the left. Just missing again. It should have sunk in from the right, just turned away and missed the left. So both the PCC Eagles missing the hole by a whisker. Both of them disappointed, but I think the breakfast will rejuvenate them. So Radhika Hegde and Captain Vinod M. Kashid on the 18th versus Raghurama and Sudhir Kumar. SRC Chargers Raghurama, Sudhir Kumar, and the SNC Eagles Captain Vinod M. Kashid and Radhika Hegde. Back to the 9th. Gyan Bhandari on the tee. Gyan Bhandari playing to 13 on the tee of the 9th with Kuntal Amin. Both of them representing the PCC Eagles. Where does Gyan go? Firm stance. Pulled it a bit to the left. But will it veer left to right? And just short of the green on the left is where Gyan Bhandari has landed, as Kuntal Amin now on the tee box. Here we are back to Captain Vinod. Of the SRC Eagles, SNC Eagles, sorry. Captain Vinod with partner Radhika Hegde. They were leading in the first 7 holes and just bouncing out of the hole. He cannot believe it. He was sure it was in. It just popped out of the cup after hitting the edge. Radhika Hegde now. Downhill right to left as the caddy points out. 3 inches approximately. Striking it downhill, not enough. Chickened out the putt. I think the rains have made the greens a bit heavy, so even the downhill putts are not running like normal. And this fell way short of the hole, and she needs to putt that again. Raghurama now lining up his putt. Raghurama and Sudhir Kumar of the SRC Chargers. And that's in the hole. So Raghurama successful in sinking his putt, and Radhika needs to finish the putt that fell short of the hole. This time it would be just right into the cup or just right outside edge of the cup. Right in, says the caddy. And she has sunk that to complete the 18th. So one more batch walks off the 18th as we go back to the 9th green, where Kuntal Amin and Gyan Bhandari against Bhimesh Gowda and Prema Prasad. So Bhimesh Gowda seems to be in the left rough. Kuntal Amin chipping in. In fact, the over chipping, in fact, Gyan Bhandari. So Bhimesh Gowda is in the bunker and unsuccessful in getting it out. One more bunker shot for him. Prema chipping onto the green. 8 feet short of the pin. He'll have an uphill putt for par. Gyan Bandari, whose chip went way over the pin to the back end of the green, has now a downhill putt from the right. Close to the hole, good putt. And I think the next will be a tap in for a bogey. So a bogey to finish the ninth for Gyan Bandari. As Kuntal Amin now lining up for what may be a birdie putt. Again, just to the left of the pin, playing it safe and should be tapping in. Bhimesh Gowda, who had one shot duffed in the bunker, has chipped out now to the green. Just missing the right of the cup, and I think that should be an expensive hole for Bhimesh Gowda. Looks like a double bogey in the asking, in the offing, and that's what he's picked up his ball as Prema Prasad completes the ninth. Oh, that was a bit of a bad luck. Hit the cup, the inside of the cup, and popped out. So a bad result for what looked to be a smiling par. VV Giri. So posing on the first tee before the tee off. So Ajay Melwani, Dhimant NY of SRC Chargers versus BV Girish and Vinod Srinivasan of SNC Eagles. They will be teeing off from the first. So on the 18th now, from the SRC Chargers, we have S. Raghu and Shiv Prasad playing versus Captain Rajaghatta Mohan and Rohit Manjunath of the SNC Eagles. So Rohit Manjunath lining up his putt. Again downhill. Right to left. Falling way short of the pin. Not enough legs. The tendency to underputt on a down slope, because used to the dry course where the ball just rockets down the slope because of the incessant rains the last few days. Lush green, heavy green, and the ball's not running as fast as they normally do on the greens here at the Bangalore Golf Club. Well, we are bringing you the Bangalore Golf League 2020, and we are live from the Bangalore Golf Club. Just missing at the left of the cup. Mohan, Captain Mohan, just missing the left of the cup. Looked like a good putt. Didn't get the desired result. Raghu now for a 10-foot, actually 8 feet or 6 to 8 feet uphill putt. Aiming a bit left of the cup. And that sinks in. So successful in his putt. And his partner Shiv Prasad now will follow Rohit Manjunath. So Rohit also sinks it in, which leaves Shiv Prasad to complete a right edge or right in putt. Pretty flat and straight on the 18th. And that's in. So another batch finishes and he puts the ball up in happiness, which means he sunk a par over there. People walking up, the batch walking up now to the 9th green. Desmond Rice right in front. His partner Adi Bhaskar, both of them from the Marvel era golfers. And PCC Eagles, Devan Ahuja and Sanjeev Kapoor. While we are back to the first tee. Dhimant off the first tee and now making way for Ajay Melwani. Ajay Melwani striking well. And a thumbs up in the air, placed beautifully on the right of the fairway with a shot to the first green. So they have also begun their second half sojourn right here at the Bangalore Golf League 2020 while we come back to the 18th. So BV Girish and Vinod Srinivasan 2 up after 9. Captain Vinod and Radhika 1 up after 9. The SNC Eagles leading in 2 of their groups. Garden City Stars, Rangnath and Ravi 3 up after 9. Ramegowda and Umesh 3 up after 7. Whereas Sumukha Challengers, Uday and Susan 1 up after 7. Mahendra and Mini 1 up after 6. Karan and Sanjay 1 up after 5. The other team is all square after 5. Chandrasekhar and Nikhil 1 up after 4. This is Epitome Kia and Supremos score up for you there. Partha and Sanjay 2 up after 12. Dhananjay, Naidu and Manish 3 up after 8. Shivram and Sumant 3 up after 10. Prakash and Siddharth 4 up after 8. Nitin and Puneet 4 up after 9. The other batch is all square. Gyan and Kuntal 1 up after 9. Devan and Sanjeev 2 up after 8. Desmond and Adi Bhaskar, Devan and Sanjeev coming up on the 9th green. Murli and Priya 2 up after 8. Gopal and Suresh 4 up after 7. Rafael, Parambi, Utpal 1 up after 5. Arjun and Vishwanath 1 up after 4. Manpreet 1 up. Manpreet and Ujwal 1 up after 2. The other batch is all square after 3 holes. Wednesday 5 Club and Atrimet Plant Science. Kamble and Meena 1 up after 11. Kodandram and Sri Lakshmi 2 up after 11. Ramesh Reddy, Venkatesh Prasad 3 up after 11. Jai Shankar and Rudra Prasad 1 up after 10. These are live score updates brought to you by our app powered by msalespower.com. BV Girish Vinod 2 up after 9. Captain Vinod and Radhika 1 up after 9. So we have done one cycle. If you have not downloaded the app, you can download the app and you can view the live scores, the schedule, the matches, the pairing. The only updates possible are by the players who have their mobile number registered to log in. The rest of us can view the scores on the app, updated every 15 seconds and updated each time the scorers and the players update the score. All going good here at the BGL 2020 brought to you by the Bangalore Golf Club. And you can see all our sponsors in the app. Honma, C. Krishna Sethi, Markland, Bangalore, Ballantines, Titan, Chocolate Philosophy, Genesis, Callaway, Kingfisher, Britannia, Himalaya, Indo Nissan Foods, Plant Science, Swap, Poise, Dr. Sitaram Shetty, Dr. M.K. Satyaprasad, and Golf Studio. Thank you to all our sponsors. The Bangalore Golf League 2020 brought to you by the Bangalore Golf Club. The first time ever in the history of the Bangalore Golf Club. ನೆನ್ನೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ SMS ಬಂತು ನನ್ನ ಲೈವ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ So Mohan, Anil Chako, Champa and Sumit Rathore now posing in front of the first tee, and they're going to go off next. They finished the back nine first, and now they're going to tee off from the first for the front nine. So Sumit Rathore, past captain and president of the KGA, teeing up off the first tee. Sumit and his partner Champa aiming a bit right so that he has a line for the first green and has landed well onto the first fairway with a good line to queue up and lay up to the first green. Sumit and Champa of the SRC Chargers versus Anil Chako and Mohan of SNC Eagles. So, welcome back. We are live here at BGL 2020 from the Bangalore Golf Club, and we have with us the convener, the gentleman who has been tirelessly working to get this show on the road. Scheduled tournament was months ago, disappointment in the pandemic and COVID, but the zeal and the enthusiasm to ensure that this tournament goes underway at any cost is thanks to this gentleman, Ravi Kumar Raju, our convener of this BGL 2020, and his committee of the Bangalore Golf League 2020. We have Mr. Ravi Kumar Raju, the convener, and Sanjay Paul, who's the advisor and the committee member of BGL 2020. So, good morning to you, Mr. Ravi Kumar Raju. Congratulations. The show is underway. Finally, after months and months of toil, you've got this going. How does it feel, Ravi?
Thank you, Dr. Samir. Yes, we had a lot of pressure on the committee to do all this be on. So unfortunately, we are supposed to be launched on the Wednesday, 6th January, but unexpected showers has delayed our parties now. However, today we kicked off the tournaments. Everything's going very smooth. We are a little relaxed now.
Great, Ravi. Yes, I can see the smile on the face. I can see the relaxation because the last few days we could see the stress and tension. But just run us through the last few months. I know this was supposed to be sometime in February, March, April of 2020, but we, tided out the pandemic. We waited for things to settle down, the lockdown to open up. And finally, even though it's BGL 2020, it's happening in January 21. What is special about this tournament, BGL 2020, and what are the extra efforts and the special additions that you and your committee have brought in for this spectacular tournament, which is happening first time in 135-year history of this wonderful, sports organization, the Bangalore Golf Club?
Yes, we have planned and started 2020, January, February, March, April we planned. But unfortunately, because of the COVID, we forced to postpone the tournament. And when we called back in the month of July, August, I really thank all our team owners and captains and players. They have still that enthusiasm to come and play and support for the organization team. So now it has kick-started. Great.
And can you guide the viewers? See, I know many of the viewers are part of teams, or they may be owners, or they may be sponsors. Can you tell us what are the special things that are there in this tournament? What is the format? How are we playing it over the next few days? What are the few value adds that you have given for this special Bangalore Golf League 2020?
Yes, first 3 rounds we are planned for the match play. Regular match play is a simple formula available for the golfers. And very competitive and live scoring is taking place. That pressure and enjoyment is there with the first 3 qualified rounds. The final round is the alternative stroke play, is the foursome. So that is little complicated, and the pressure will be on them for the finals. Otherwise, first preliminary rounds they really enjoy.
Great. And you have with you 2 of your committee members who are also playing advisory or ownership roles in for some teams. Can you please introduce them and tell us what contribution your committee has made to the success of this tournament?
The organizing committee, he consists of around 9 members. The chairman is our captain Srinivas Murthy, and secretary Sunil Vasant is ex officio, and our past secretary Sanjay Paul is one of the committee member, and Narsinga Rao is other organizing committee member. Dr. Rohit Shetty and Dr. Sitaram Shetty and BN Subramanya and BK Subbaya, Govinda Srinivasan and Alok Marda, all of them contributed a lot to this organizing this tournament to be successful.
Great. If I can have a word from Sanjay and Narsing. Sanjay, what input and what role have you played in contributing to the BGL 2020?
Hello, doctor. How are you? We were given each committee member, subcommittee member was given a role to play, because that would be easier to coordinate, and so Mr. Nursing and I, we were given the role of the organizing, all the hoardings and the inauguration unfortunately could not be held. So this was given, and Mr. Ravi Kumar Raju, he left it to us. He told us what to do, and we had to go back to him and tell him, and made it a little easier how. That's why this tournament, I think it so far so good. The tournament has been very good. A lot of excitement in the club, a lot of buzz, and all that. Thank you.
Great. Yes, like you said, so far so good. And it's, after incessant rain, overcast condition, dark clouds, a bright sunny morning to start off the tournament, because there were jitters till last night whether this would take off or no after what happened on Wednesday and the inauguration was cancelled. And to match up with this bright sunny morning, one bright yellow t-shirt, Nursing is here. And Nursing has been running around from early morning seeing that everything is in place. So Nursing, your thoughts on the tournament?
Overall, it's been an exciting experience. As Ravi Kumar Raju mentioned, the format is the most important part of this tournament, and the entertainment what we had planned, and overall the atmosphere is very exciting and sort of typical to BGC culture. It's very homely feeling. There is no some kind of a rush or a very serious competitive nature here. This is all fun and frolic. I'm sure everybody's enjoying it, and we will enjoy it in the future. Thank you.
So you heard from the convener, you heard from the committee, the ethos of Bangalore Club, the ethos, the culture of the Bangalore Golf Club is intact despite any pandemic, despite any COVID, despite any delays or challenges. The tournament is on. The players have big smiles on the faces since I saw them in the morning. The competition is there, but it is inherent and it will not be visible. All of them are tough on the course, but having a great laugh off and on the course. We are here live for the first time. There's a lovely app which is updating second to second the scores on course, and we are bringing you the live stream from the Bangalore Golf Club at the BGL 2020. Stay tuned for more golfing, for more interviews, and for more action on BGL. See you there. Don't sign off. Stay signed in. See you. So we're back on the 9th green here after that interview with the convener and the committee, and A.N. Manjunath of the High Grounds and Girish GR, his partner, have just chipped on to the green. They're playing against the Gopalan Giants, Murli, Ananta Sivan and Priya Alex. That's the team right now on the 9th green for you. So Murli Anantasivan also sinking his putt. And now the stage is set for Priya Alex to complete her putt. Just checking her line. Is she sitting there for a par? Or is it for a birdie? So Priya Alex of the Gopalan Giants just misses, and you could see the despair. And she says, sorry, but I missed a sitter. And Manjunath would just wrap up things here on the 9th green to complete the first half for the High Grounds and the Gopalan Giants. And Manjunath sinks it in, simple sitter putt. I think he made his par. Priya may have just missed it by a whisker. As the next batch, you can see Vijay MR on the tee, just discussing with the caddy as to the breeze and whether he should play left to right or right to left or go for the pin straight. Very accomplished player, plays more at KGA. And at the 18, just tapping in. Missed his putt to the right of the pin, wanted to play more left, but I think it broke away too soon. We're on the 18th green, where those who started from the back 9. So Dr. Ramegowda, Umesh Kumar, Vinod Anand Sharma and Vinod Chinnappa were on the 18th. We are back to the 9th green. Gopal Krishna, Suresh Patil, Chetana Arjun and Vijay MR. And again back to the 18th. Once again, going for a left to right putt, just stopped in stance and practice swing, realigned himself, strikes the ball this time, and just stopping short of the hole, and you could hear the O all the way till the upper deck. Narrow miss there. Now it's up to Vinod Chinnappa and Vinod Anand Sharma to complete their putts. Their opponents have finished sinking or completing the hole. Vinod Anand Sharma of the Sumukha Challengers and Vinod Chinnappa of the Sumukha Challengers against the Garden City Stars, Dr. Ramegowda and Umesh Kumar on the 18th. So Vinod Anand Sharma finishing. 18 handicapper finishing his 18 and Vinod Chinnappa also completing with a tap-in. So that completes the 4-ball on the 18th as we move back now to the 9th hole. It's a good tee shot on the 9th hole. Suresh Patil and Gopal Krishna of High Grounds. This is Gopalan Giants, Chetana Arjun and Vijay MR. So Chetana will now, she's also finished teeing off. And you can see Vijay walking in. There's one ball just short of the green on the left. One well placed around 8 feet to 10 feet to the left of the pin. Birdieable. And I think that was Gopal Krishna. On the 9th green, we have Chaitanya Arjun, Vijay MR, Gopal Krishna P and Suresh Patil. Suresh Patil and Gopal Krishna P of High Grounds. 3 balls pretty clearly visible on the green. Maybe one is just off and needs to chip on to the green, while those on the green are just checking out their line. You can download the Bangalore Golf League app and get live updates on the scores as the players update them after every hole. So you can actually see the status As our convener told us, the first 3 rounds are straightforward match play, no complications, simple, fun. It's only the final round which will be alternate stroke play, alternate ball stroke play, which would make it tough and more competitive as it goes down to the wire. Well, right now, 9th green, you can see Vijay MR in deep discussion with the caddy. I think he's eyeing a birdie uphill putt. And the caddy says it's pretty simple, left to right, just go ahead with the flow. And Vijay now lining up and queuing up for an uphill, left to right. A strong backlift and a complete follow through, trying to gauge the strength. The greens are not as free flowing as they were because of the rains the last few days. Heavy, lush greens. The ball is not running as fast as it normally does at BGC. And it's a double line, and he comes pretty close to the hole. And that should be an easy par for Vijay. It would have been a fantastic birdie had he sunk it, but I think he'll be satisfied with the par. He's asking his opponents, you want me to sink it or is it given? And I think they've asked him to just tap it in for a par. And that's a par to Vijay on the 9th green. His partner Chaitanya also on the green. You can see the other two gentlemen also. Gopal Krishna P and Suresh Patil also very much on the green, lining up to putt and complete the 9th hole. So deep discussion between the caddies and the players as to the strokes taken. So just making sure how many strokes the opponent has made to the point that they are right now. And that's again from the right, and that's in. Suresh Patil making a good putt from the right, sinking in, and a fist pump between the two partners for that successful putt. So only Chaitanya Arjun to complete her putt. And is she putting for par, which is most likely the case? Just missing to the left of the cup. And that should be a tap-in to complete the hole. So this batch moves off the 9th. The next set of players lining up on the tee while we move to the 18th. Where Susan Paris, Uday Ishwaran of Sumuka Challengers are playing Dr. Girish Pant and Kishore Chandra Hetsi of the Garden City Stars. This looks like Uday Ishwaran putting downhill on the 18th, and that's in. That's into the hole and fist up in the air, which means it could be a par putt, a successful par putt, and the others just walk off. So that hole looks like went to the Sumuka Challengers, going by the reactions. 10th tee in focus now. And we're back here on the 9th tee now. Air Commodore Murli and Ravi Venkatesh versus R. Sridhar and Sangeeta Kamath. So the high grounds versus the Gopalan Giants battle continues on the 9th tee. As R. Sridhar is about to tee off for the Gopalan Giants on the 9th tee. That just manages to come up the slope. It was a little bit of loss of balance for Mr. Sridhar, but just managed to climb up the slope. His shot of the green would need a good chip to come close to the hole. As Sangeeta Kamath now walking to the tee box. Can she strike the green and come close to the pin to give the Gopalan Giants the edge? Good strike, good finish, and the ball just runs on to the close to the putting surface, not fully onto the green but to the right edge. So BB Girish, Vinod Srinivasan are 1 up after 11, Captain Vinod 2 up after 10, Ranganath VT 2 up after 10, Rame Gowda Umesh 4 up after 9, Susan Perez Uday 3 up after 9, and the other batch is all square. That's the Garden City Stars Sumukha Challengers. Karan and Sanjay 3 up after 7, all square for the next batch. Chandrasekhar Nikhil 2 up after 6. Partha and Sanjay 2 up after 12, Dhananjay and Manish 3 up after 8, Shivram Suman 3 up after 13, Prakash and Siddharth 5 up after 11. So hustlers really hustling against the Goyal Haryana punters. Govind Murthy all square, Nitin Puneet 2 up, Gyan Kuntal 1 up after 10, Devan Sanjeev 1 up after 9. Murli Priya 2 up after 9, Gopal Suresh 3 up after 9, Sridhar Sangeeta 2 up after 8, Appadurai and Channappa 1 up after 8. All square for Rafael Parambi, Utpal and Sridev, Arjun, Vishwanath 2 up after 6, Manpreet and Ujjwal 2 up after 5, Pratibha, Lokesh and Shashank 1 up after 5. That's the Etrimet Plant Science and Wednesday 5 club. Kamble Meena 1 up after 11, Kodandram, Sri Lakshmi 1 up after 12, Ramesh Reddy, Venkatesh 2 up after 12, and here Jai Shankar and Rudra Prasad 2 up after 12. We're back. BB Girish, Vinod Srinivasan 1 up after 11, Captain Vinod and Radhika 2 up after 10. Ranganath VT, Ravi Nagraj 2 up after 10, Ramegowda Umesh 4 up after 9, Susan Perez Uday 3 up after 9, and all square for the last batch, the Garden City Stars and the Sumukha Challengers. That's the score update for you. Karan and Sanjay 3 up after 7, Chandrasekhar Nikhil 2 up after 6. Back to the golf if anybody's teeing off or putting on the green surface. Back to the 9th green. Sridhar managed to come up the slope Going to putt in. On the ninth green, Appadurai and Channappa BG of the high grounds versus KR Prakash and Praveen Singhvi from the Gopalan Giants. As they all approach the green, I think Channappa is just over the green, just chipping on back into the green. Good chip coming from left to right, keeping it still a fair distance away from the hole. It has a slightly 4.5, 5 feet kind of putt, but should be sinkable from there. Praveen Singhvi going from right to left, did not break enough, just crossed over the hole. We need to putt it again. KR Prakash now, uphill putt, looking to go from left to right. So back to the ninth tee. The high grounds and Gopalan Giants putted and finished out that hole. Now we have the Atrimed Plant Science and the Wednesday 5 Club. Sridev Bhairappa, Vikram Sehgal, Dr. Rafael Parambi and Utpal Desai teeing off on the ninth. Strong breeze blowing across here at the Bangalore Golf Club, especially in the ninth. A tendency, the breeze blowing from right to left, and the players trying to take advantage, playing a bit to the right so that the ball gets pushed to the left, but a heavy club there, hitting a bit behind the ball, did not strike it as he would have liked to. That was Sridev, I think. And we have Vikram Sehgal now on the tee. The next batch also is already ready on the tee box. So a bit of a delay in that batch. And Vikram now striking through. just onto the green to the left. All the 4 balls around the green, one of them just on. Vikram has just crept onto the green. Long distance, at least 16 to 18 feet putt uphill to the pin. The other 3 of them just off the green. They'll have to get a good chip to come in close to complete the 9th with a good score. Back now to the 18th, where we have the Kia team, the Epitome Kia team versus the Supremos. So Rafael Parambi, Utpal, Sridev and Vikram walking up. Rafael trying to chip on to get close to the pin. Did not chip it well, it duffed it a bit, barely got onto the green. Has a long putt for par now, very long putt for par, Dr. Rafael Parambi. Playing to a handicap of 13. Well, Sridev also short of the green on the left. Needs a good chip to come in close to the pin, to the hole. So Sridev Bhairappa with a chip which crosses past the pin. Slightly more than he would have liked, but still puttable downhill. It's now Utpal's turn. Using a putter, a firm putt uphill from the left, but keeping it still close, short of the pin. Would have liked to come closer or cross over the hole, not reaching the hole. Vikram is 1 on the green, so he has the best chance to come close to the pin or sink it in. All the others have pretty much long putts for their par, as the batch behind is waiting. Sridev and Vikram just trying to read the line together. Partners in consultation. Vikram going for a long 18 to 20 foot birdie putt. Uphill, must be aiming at least 4 to 5 inches to the left. The ball breaks away too soon, did not play left enough. Traveled a fair distance, but still short. But he still seems to be in the best position for a par amongst the other 3. Going for a right to left, slightly downhill, Sridev. And yes, he's got it in, sunk it in for a par. The joy on Vikram's body language, and the batch behind gets the signal that par has put them ahead maybe. But Utpal still there in the reckoning. And he's also sunk it in. So I think the hole's been saved there. And Vikram just completing the honors for self-par satisfaction. Don't think it has a consequence on the hole per se. And he has sunk his par too. So Rafael Parambi Utpal 1 after 8 it shows, and I think it'll change to 1 up after 9 because the 9th hole was halved. Mitesh Syed, Kamble and Meena 1 up after 11. Kodandaram Sri Lakshmi 2 up after 14. Ramesh and Venkatesh 3 up after 13. Jay Shankar and Rudra Prasad 2 up after 12. Girish Vinod 2 up after 12. Vinod and Radhika 1 up after 11. The other two haven't updated their scores. Ranganath and Ravi 3 up after 11. Ramegowda Umesh 4 up after 9. Susan and Uday 3 up after 9. The last batch is all square after 9. So N Prakash there on the 18th with Hema Priya Sujesh of Epitome Kia playing against Sunil Kumar and Wing Commander Mallikarjun. Prakash playing uphill, left to right, good firm strike, just missing past the left. And I think it should be a simple completion of a par from the right. Wing Commander Mallikarjun and Sunil Kumar of the Supremos playing against Hema Priya Sujesh and Prakash of Epitome Kia. Good strike there, just wing commander just off the right of the cup. He was pretty sure that was in. As Hema is lining up. And she has sunk it in. So Hema completes the 18th. A big smile. Satisfactory pump of the fist. Back to the 9th green. The tee shot on the slope, looking for a good chip to come onto the green. This group of the Atrimet Plant Science and Wednesday 5 Club. Mitesh Jain, Syed Arifullah, Arjun Talam and Vishwanath as they approach the green. So Arjun Talam looking to chip onto the green. Chipped a bit too wide left, leaving himself a very long putt for a par. So Murli and Priya 2 up after 11, Gopal Suresh 3 up after 9, Sridhar Sangeeta 3 up after 9, Appadurai Channappa 1 up after 8. Rafael Utpal 1 up after 9, Mitesh Syed 1 up after 8, Manpreet Sachdev 4 up after 8, 2 up after 7, Pratibha and RN Shashank. Kamble Meena 1 up after 11, Kodandram Sri Lakshmi 2 up after 14, Ramesh Reddy Venkatesh 3 up after 14, Jai Shankar and Rudra Prasad 1 up after 13. BV Girish Vinod 2 up after 12, Captain Vinod and Radhika 2 up after 12. Ranganath Ravi 3 up after 11, Ramegowda Umesh 4 up after 9, Susan Uday 3 up after 9. The last team is all square after 9. Karan Sanjay 3 up after 9, Hema Prakash 1 up after 9, Chandrasekhar Nikhil 3 up after 7. Partha Sanjay 2 up after 12, Dhananjay Manish 3 up after 8, Shivram Sumant 1 up after 14, Prakash Siddharth 4 up after 11. Nitin Puneet 4 up after 14. Govind Murthy 1 up after 13. Other batches all square after 13. Devan Sanjeev 1 up after 11. Murli Priya 2 up after 11. Sridhar Sangeeta 3 up after 9. Gopal Suresh 3 up after 9. Appadurai Channappa 1 up after 8. So that's one round of scores for you as we go back to live action on one of the tee boxes or greens. Most of the batches, except for the last couple, have finished their 9 holes and they're already on to the back 9 or the front 9, depending on which part they teed off from. That looks like Arjun Talam trying to chip out. It's a good chip. Missing the pin from the left. That's well out from the bunker, just getting past the pin. Beautiful shot out of the sandy bunker. Well placed there to sink it in. Arjun partnering with Vishwanath, Mitesh and Saeed, Arifullah representing Atrimid Plant Science. Arjun and Vishwanath from Wednesday 5 Club. Given there, and I think they've all given each other the hole and moved on. I think it was a tied hole, and that was them moving on after the 9th. Well, we are at the first tee. Gone a bit right there. Back to the 9th tee. Where we have Manpreet Sachdev and Ujjwal from Atrimat Plant Sciences playing FR Singhvi and VT Anand of the Wednesday 5 Club. The ball finds its way onto the green. That ball has found its way to the green as well. The crossed and folded hands indicated that may have gone a bit left, but veered back to the right and just crawled on to the green. To the 18th now. Jasprit Singh lining up his putt uphill around 25 feet, going left, and just missed the lip of the cup. For a second it looked like it was dropping in really close, and the oohs and the ahs on the faces of the players says it all. So narrow miss for Jasprit. But Ramesh just falling short on his putt. B. Anant putting downhill, right to left. May not be as fast as imagined. Good strength, but a bit too far right. Did not break enough. the ninth green. Manpreet Sachdev. Falling short of the hole by at least 2 feet. VT Anand now looking to putt in. And it's in. A good putt there by Anand. Firm. Left of the cup, breaking right in, and the happiness enjoyed there for him and his partner, FR Singhvi. So FR Singhvi and VT Anand happy after that putt, as Ujjwal looking to complete her putt. And that misses off the left. She tried a right-hand putt, but it moved to the left of the cup, took the lip and moved away. And that sinks it in. Manpreet Sachdev now from the Etrimud Plant Science, completing the putt, and this batch is done, and the signal is, looks like they squared the hole, and that's the signal to their batchmates. Back to the ninth tee as Pratibha Lokesh, R.N. Shashank, K.R. Sheshadri and T. Somashekar teeing up, and a good tee shot onto the green. Well placed for a long birdie from the left of the pin. That looked like Shashank. Pratibha Lokesh now on the red tee, the ladies' tee. Good strike, pulled it a bit to the left. Maybe bunker or to the left of the bunker. As K.R. Sheshadri now looking to tee off from the red tee marker. Bit heavy, but just makes it to the edge of the green and has a chance to putt at the pin from there. So this is the last batch that teed off from the first hole, and they teed off at around 9:30 a.m. and are very much in time to finish the 9th hole. Back to the 18th. Sanjay Malpani, not happy with his chip, shaking his head. He wanted it to go closer, but falling short of his expectation. Bettaya Rajesh, his partner. Putting up from the left of the green. Came in close. Should be able to complete that putt. An applause from the partner and the opponents. Have they given it to him? No, he has to mark the ball. Raman now looking to putt. Raman Mangalgaonkar. Mangalorkar. Kedarnath Muda, his partner, putting downhill, and he has sunk it in. And a wave that it's a 5. Finishes with a 5. It's Ramon now. And T. Somshekhar makes his putt. Somshekhar completing the putt, getting a nod of acknowledgement. Shashank on the green, trying to read the line for a birdie. Pratibha Lokesh also has made it to the green, going for a long par putt. Just moving away, veering away to the right and missing the par. Shashank now sitting pretty for birdie. A good tee shot. Plonking right on the green, a bit right of the flag. He's taken his time, read the green, read his line. And that's a birdie. That's a birdie for RN Shashank. KR Sheshadri now. Just missing his par. Stopping right at the edge of the hole. That would have been a lovely par for the past captain. And all the batches that teed off from the first hole have completed 9 holes. This was the last batch that teed off around 9:45 in the morning. They're done with their 9 and they're getting ready for the back 9. Meena Prakash, M.R. Kamble of the Gokul Challengers against G.V. Guru Prasad and Vignesh Hebbar of Team Morado. They are going to be the first batch to complete 18 holes for day one of BGL 2020. All around the green. Few of the team members have come in as their match may be completed. This has gone all the way down to the 18th. I think Kodan Ram and Sri Lakshmi finished early against Satya and his partner. I think the game got over at the 17th itself and they have called it off with Gokul Challengers winning. Guru Prasad and Vignesh for Team Morado putting on the 9th, which is their 18th hole because they started from the back 9. Just missing the cup from the right and will tap in to complete the hole. And pumping his fist in the air for a successful completion of the last hole. Walking to their team members. And that is Meena Prakash. Not enough legs. Ball turning away. Shake of the hand, pat of the back. And looks like Team Morado pulled it off in the end, going by the reactions of Meena and Kamble covering their faces. Did they just lose it at the end? Back to the scores. Nitin and Puneet 2 up after 16. Naveen and Sunil 1 up after 16. Bhimesh and Prema 2 up after 15. Devan and Sanjeev Kapoor 3 up after 14. Manjunath and Girish and that Murli and Priya are all square. Gopal Krishna Suresh 3 up after 12. Sridhar Sangeeta 3 up after 11. Appadurai Channappa 2 up after 11. So going tight. Even Stevens for high grounders and Gopal and Giants. Rafael Utpal 1 up after 10. Mitesh Syed and Arjun Talam Vishwanath all square. Manpreet and Ujjwal 4 up after 9. Pratibha and Shashank 4 up after 9. So this seems tilted in favor of Etrimed. Kamble and Meena were 1 up after 11. They just finished 18 holes. What happened we need to see. The scores need to be updated. Kodandaram Sri Lakshmi 3 up after 17. So that match is over. Ramesh Reddy Venkatesh 4 up after 15. So that match also looks over. Girish Vinod 1 up after 15. Vinod Kashid Radhika Hegde 2 up after 14. So still in the lead SNC Eagles. The other two teams have not updated their scores. Ranganath Ravi 3 up after 12. Ramegowda Umesh 5 up after 11. Back to the first tee. Jasmeet Singh of Epitome Kia. Jasmeet Singh ready to tee off on the first hole. Jasmeet Singh and Anant of Epitome Kia playing against Dr. N. Chandrasekhar and Nikhil Gurjar. Karan and Sanjay 3 up after 9. Hema and Prakash 1 up after 10. Chandrasekhar Nikhil 4 up after 9. Bettaya and Sanjay 3 up after 6. That's the Supremos versus the Epitome Kia score. Hustlers and Goyal Haryana punters. Partha Sanjay 2 up after 12. Dhananjay Manish 5 up after 13. Shivram Sumant 2 up after 17. Prakash and Siddharth 4 up after 11. Back to the ninth green. SR Uday chipping towards the pin. Gone a bit to the left. Shake of the head. Not satisfied. SR Uday and Dhan Lakshmi Rice for the team Morado, playing against Ramesh Reddy and Venkatesh Prasad of Gokul Challengers. Gokul Challengers with the putt downhill, aiming to go left to right, gets the wrong break. It should have been a bit more to the right, walking away as it's inconsequential. Uday now trying to complete the 9th hole, which will be their 18th hole, and one more batch completes, and that sinks in. And that's the end of that match between Team Morado and Gokul Challengers. Dr. Bharat Singh for the Haryan punters at the 18th, and they give him that putt. Just stopping short of the cup. One more roll and the ball would have been in. Siddharth Raju just missing by a whisker, and V. Prakash completing. Girish and Vinod Srinivasan 1 up after 6. Vinod and Radhika 2 up after 14 for the SNC Eagles. Ranganath and Ravi 3 up after 12. Rame Gowda Umesh 6 up after 12. That match seems over. Susan Uday 2 up after 11. Mahendra Mini 2 up after 11. Karan Singhvi Sanjay 4 up after 11. Hema and N Prakash 1 up after 10. Chandrasekhar Nikhil 4 up after 9. Bettaya Sanjay 3 up after 8. Partha Sanjay 2 up after 12. Dhananjay Manish 5 up after 13. Shivram Sumant 2 up after 17. Prakash and Siddharth 4 up after 11. Nitin Puneet 2 up after 16. Naveen Sunil 1 up after 16. Gyan Kuntal 1 up after 16. Devan Sanjeev 3 up after 15. All square for Manju, Girish, Murli and Priya. Gopal Krishna Suresh 3 up after 12. Sridhar Sangeeta 3 up after 12. Appadurai Channappa 2 up after 11. One up after 11, Rafael Utpal. All square for Mitesh Syed, Arjun Vishwanath. 4 up after 9, Manpreet and Ujwal. Pratibha and Shashank 4 up after 9. Guru, Vignesh, Kamble, Meena, all square after 18. So they finish square after Meena and Kamble leading till the 15th. Kodandram Sri Lakshmi win 3 up after 17. Ramesh 4 up after 15. Team Murado and Gokul Challengers, the last group on the 9th. Jaishankar Jairam and Rudra Prasad of Team Murado. Birappa and Dr. Joseph Raskina from Gokul Challengers. Birappa for the Gokul Challengers, teeing off on the 9th, his last hole. Struck it a bit to the left. Did it go towards the club? So Joseph Raskina, Birappa, Jaishankar Jairam and Rudra Prasad have teed off on the 9th. That's their last hole. The last batch of Team Murado and Gokul Challengers. Shashank on the tee, the 10th tee after his birdie on the 9th. All set to tee off on the 10th. Fresh from a birdie and I'm sure a very happy, satisfactory breakfast. Hit the tree and falling short there. Shashank. And Pratibha Lokesh against KR Sheshadri and T Somashekar. So Somashekar now. Once again a bit to the right, but veering in left. It's gone to the right, bit into the woods. Up to KR Sheshadri and Pratibha Lokesh now from the red tee. Well shot, that chip on the 9th. As Pratibha Lokesh is now ready to tee off on the 10th tee. Short of the bunker, way short of the green. Not a very strong strike of the ball, but in line. The previous two have gone to the right and maybe in the woods. KR Sheshadri now of the red tee. Looking like sinking in for a par, and he's done it. He's very happy, pumping of the fist between the two partners of Team Morado. And that's one more match complete between Team Morado and Gokul Challengers. Nitin Puneet, 1 up after 17. Naveen Sunil, 1 up after 16. Gyan Kuntal, 1 up after 16. Devan Sanjeev, 3 up after 15. So PCC Eagles seem to be doing total wipeout. Manjunath Girish, 1 up after 15. Gopal Krishna Suresh, 3 up after 12. Sridhar Sangeeta, 4 up after 13. Appadurai Channappa, 3 up after 12. High grounders also tilted in their favor. 3 matches in their favor, 1 against. Here it seems to be even Stevens, Rafael Utpal 1 up after 11, Arjun Vishwanath 1 up after 11, Manpreet Ujwal 4 up after 10, Pratibha Shashank 4 up after 9. So 2 this way to the Atrimed, 2 towards Wednesday 5 Club. All square after 18 holes. Guru Prasad, Vignesh, Kamble and Meena. Meena and Kamble were leading till the 15th hole. They gave it up on the last hole. All square. Kodandram and Sri Lakshmi won on the 17th. Ramesh and Venkatesh 4 up after 15. That match is over too. BV Girish, Vinod Srinivasan 1 up after 16. Going tight. Vinod and Radhika 2 up after 15. Rangnath VT 2 up after 13. Ramegowda Umesh 6 up after 12. Susan Uday 3 up after 12. Mahindra Mini 2 up after 11. So pretty balanced. Sumukha Challengers and Garden City Stars. Karan Sanjay 4 up after 11. Hema Prakash 2 up after 11. Chandrasekhar Nikhil 3 up after 10. And the last batch is all square after 9. So Epitome Kia, a bit of a tilt in their favor with Supremos holding 1 match up. Partha Sanjay 2 up after 12. Dhananjay Manish have finished the match. Nitin Puneet 1 up after 7. This is back to the beginning. So the PCC Eagles have a strong hold over the Mavela golfers all down to the last 3 holes. But looks like in favor of PCC Eagles as of now. live action here from the Bangalore Golf Club at the BGL 2020. Right now, no tee box and green has any players. We are bringing you the live telecast from the first and the 10th tees and the 9th and the 18th green as golfers come live through wireless on this YouTube channel of the Bangalore Golf Club. Good tee shot there on the green. Dhimant landing on the green as Ajay Melwani of the SRC Chargers now teeing off on the 9th, par 3 9th. This batch teed off from the back 9, the 10th hole at 7:40 in the morning. So they're on their 18th hole. Ajay Melwani playing to a 12 handicap. A heavy club hitting the ground behind, and that was a duffed tee off, hitting really behind the ball. Heavy club as BV Girish now getting onto the tee. BV Girish just changing his iron, I think, signaling to the caddy. BV Girish and Vinod Srinivasan of the SNC Eagles against Ajay Melwani and Dhimant. BV Girish now 11 handicap on the tee. Good strike, good finish. The signal was to come to the left a bit. V. Srinivasan, the SNC Eagles now. Going to the right into the woods. It was a fade. Took the right line on the left, but faded too much away to the right. Went off the slope into the woods to the right of the green. So only one ball on the putting surface. Rohan Puri putting on the 18th. And he has sunk it in, and the happiness on their face is clear. They have done it there. Rohan Puri sinking that putt, pumping, high-fiving, the happiness, the victory written all over him and his team members' reactions. So Ajay and Dhimant all square after 80, after 17. Four up after 11, Karan and Sanjay. Two up after 11, Hema and Prakash. Three up after 10, Chandrasekhar and Nikhil. All square, Betaya, Sanjay, Kedarnath and Raman. Two up after 12, Partha and Sanjay. Five up after 13, Dhananjay and Manish. They've won the match. Two up after 17, Shivram and Sumant. Four up after 11, V. Prakash and Siddharth. All square was Rohan, Santosh, Nitin and Puneet. I think that last two all squared it off, otherwise they were down against Nitin and Puneet. Naveen Sunil one up after 17. Manjunath and Girish one up after 15. Gopal and Suresh 3 up after 12. Sridhar Sangeeta 4 up after 13. Appadurai Channappa 2 up after 13. 1 up after 12, Rafael and Utpal. All square, Mitesh, Syed, Arjun, Vishwanath. 4 up after 10, Manpreet Ujwal. 4 up after 10, Pratibha and Shashank. So that seems a tilt in Atrium Plant Science's favor. Team Morado, all square after 18. Kambe and Meena Prakash on the last hole, losing their lead. Kodandram Sri Lakshmi winning their match. Ramesh Reddy, Venkatesh Prasad seem to have won their game as well. Back to the ninth green, Ajay Melwani, who had duffed his earlier shot with a heavy club, fell way short off the slope, off the green, has chipped short of green again, getting ready for his third shot. Just off the green, a chip which went from one end to the other end. Good chip there from the left. Ajay Melwani. BV Girish went across to the other side with his chip. Ajay Melwani and Dhimant. Ajay Melwani is already 3 on the green because his tee shot was a heavy club that did not travel the distance. In fact, fell way short of the slope. He had to chip short of the green, and now he's on the putting surface and can make the minimum that he can make is a bogey. BV Girish signaling with his cap to the batch behind. He's 2 there. And his partner V. Srinivasan is also on the putting surface. This is the last hole of this batch. Live score updates can be viewed on the app, the Bangalore Golf Club, the Golf League app, sorry, which is available on the App Store and on the Google Play Store. So download the Bangalore Golf League app for live updates of the score. The scores are updated by the players themselves. They have a login because their mobiles are registered as players and they can update scores. The rest can view the schedule, the matches and the live scores. We bring you live updates of the scores once in a while, but the live stream of the Bangalore Golf League from the first tee, the 10th tee, the 9th green and the 18th green and a few interviews with our players, office bearers, and sponsors. Right now, we're on the ninth green with BV Girish, Ajay Melwani, Dhimant. Dhimant just missing from the left of the pin. V. Srinivasan now. Way short, the putt. His previous chip had gone way over the hole, and the putt fell falling nearly halfway short. So now it's up to BV Girish. Ajay Melwani and Dhimant seem to be pumping their fists. They feel that they've got the hole in their pocket. BV Girish now looking to wrap this up. Maybe it's a critical and crucial putt. A bit downhill for BV Girish. Is he looking at a right to left? And he sinks it. Yes, just right into the cup. And he's got his putt in, but that may be a bogey. And what is Dhimant looking at finishing on the ninth here? Long look at the line, consideration, discussion. Looks like a crucial and critical putt to finish 18 holes, and he misses off the left, and the despair of both the players pretty evident. Heads falling back. It should have been a bit more right and it would have sunk in. And that's the end of that match. Dhimant and Ajay versus BV Girish and V. Srinivasan. And let's see how it went. So many matches completed now. Live updates. So this was all square. Ajay, Dhimant, BV Girish and V Srinivasan. And they finished all square at the 18th, going by the reactions. There was a chance for the SRC Chargers to win on the 18th, but I think it was missed out. Ranganath and Ravi 2 up, Ramegowda Umesh 7 up, Susan Uday 3 up, Mahendra Mini 1 up. SRC Chargers and SNC Eagles. Champa Kabra Sumit Rathore versus Anil Chako Mohan Kumar. Walking on to the 9th green. I think Champa Kabra's first tee shot, the ball may be lost, so she played a provisional. It went to the left towards the clubhouse in the jungle. Maybe OB, maybe ball lost.
We're now going to be interviewing one of our regular lady golfers, Miss Meena Prakash. How was your game this morning?
Good morning, BGC. I loved playing today. So I had an amazing game, and the top seed of BGC, Vignesh and Guru Prasad. So we have to off the hole finally. And I'm happy with my game today, but for one hole. Anyway, apart from that, the committee and BGC are doing a wonderful job. I'm playing for Gokul Challengers. So I'm playing for Gokul Challengers, and our owner is Mr. Kodandram, and our captain is Rawat. Good inspiration for all of us players today. We have had an amazing game, wonderful team effort, and our star players, of course. So we have yet to come back for tomorrow and see how it goes.
One more quick question. Was your heart racing?
Pumping.
Nowadays with Prakash, it's not so, is it?
He's getting old.
Thanks, Samir. Here we are.
Well, viewers, that was our captain Srini Murthy and one of our top lady golfers, Meena Prakash, who was a bit disappointed because they lost their lead and the match got squared on the 18th hole, but they've had an enjoyable morning here at the Bangalore Golf League 2020. Many teams completing their 18 holes. It looks pretty exciting to see all of them coming here after completing their round, some with victories, some with losses, some with come back from behind stories, and it's all the joy of golf and a great beginning to the Bangalore Golf League 2020 at the BGC. So Sumit and Champa on the 9th. Sumit has chipped in pretty close to the pin. Anil Chako and Mohan Kumar, their opponents from the SNC Eagles, lining up to putt. Mohan putting uphill, looking to go for a left to right putt. Good strength, coming close to the pin. Despair, not able to roll it in. 3 more rolls needed, but close enough to tap in. And that looks like end of game. Let's see the score. They haven't updated their score on the app, but we'll come to know in a while how that game has ended between Champa, Sumit, and Anil and Vinod. SRC Chargers and the SNC Eagles completing one more game, and the score needs to be updated. So the next batch that is coming up on the 9th tee, Raghurama Sudhir Kumar and Captain Vinod and Radhika Hegde. Just to the right of the green, short of green on the right. Raghurama and Sudhir of SRC Chargers are teed off. SNC Eagles, Captain Vinod now on the tee. And then from the red tee, we will see Radhika Hegde. Radhika Hegde now on the tee for the SNC Eagles. She's on the green to the left of the flag post. A good tee shot, taking her on the green. Sitting pretty for birdie, Radhika Hegde. So Radhika Hegde, Captain Vinod of SNC Eagles, and Raghurama and Sudhir Kumar of SRC Chargers on the ninth. They're all square after 17 holes. So this 18th is pretty much the decider. A long putt there, just passing to the left of the pin. A good putt there by the SRC Chargers. So Radhika Hegde sitting there for a birdie putt. A good tee shot onto the green, left of the pin. Approximately 10 to 12 feet for a birdie. Both the teams are all square after 17. This may be the winning putt for the team SNC Eagles. If she sinks it for a birdie, that may pretty much seal the match. Full in concentration, just falling short. And nearly, but not in. And that's a par. And I think this team has finished all square after 18 because they were all square after 17. And that may be the case even after the 18th hole. So another match completed. Many of the matches finished on the 15th, 16th or 17th. So the last matchup of SRC Chargers and SNC Eagles coming up on the 9th. Raghu S and Shiv Prasad of SRC Chargers. Captain Rajagata Mohan and Rohit Manjunath of SNC Eagles. Hitting the tree and dropping down. Nearly went out of bounds there into the clubhouse. Struck the tree and just fell down. Raghu and Shiv Prasad not happy with that miss. Missing from the left of the cup and traveling too far across. SRC Chargers looking to sink this putt and put the pressure on SNC Eagles. Looking to go from the left, just a couple of inches. A good strike, it breaks in and it's in. And the joy visible again. They wanted that putt, the pump, the high fives. And looks like Raghu and Shiv Prasad have taken it over from Captain Rajgata Mohan and Rohit Manjunath. So excitement again on the 18th hole. That is the 9th green, but the 18th for that group, and they also finish. And was it a close finish? Let's see when the scores are updated. Sumukha challenges in Garden City Stars. Joseph Matthias, Liam Norman Timms, and Garden City Stars Ranganath Viti and Ravi Nagaraj. Teeing off on the 9th tee. Seems to have gone right. One ball is on the green of the two. Missing the putt from the left. Taps in for a 4, I guess, a bogey. This. So Ranganath VT and Ravi Nagraj, who I think were in the lead, are going to wrap this up on the 18th. And that's a good putt, just missing to the right. A tap in for both of them. And that's the game. And the thumbs up there. Ramegowda and Umesh Kumar from the Garden City Stars against Vinod Anand Sharma and Vinod Chinnappa on the 9th tee. Approaching the 9th green to complete their round of 18 holes. Coming up to the 18th green, High Grounders and the Gopalan Giants. Playing for the High Grounders, Air Commander R. Murli and Ravi Venkatesh. For the Gopalan Giants, R. Sridhar and Sangeeta Kamath. Approaching the 18th green, the High Grounders chipping from the right of the green over the water. Chipped on to the green. A good chip moving towards the pin, to the left of the pin. Good chip there. So one more batch wrapping up its match. Let's see what the score finishes at. Air Commander R. Murli, Ravi Venkatesh versus R. Sridhar and Sangeeta Kamath. Some high fives over there. So Utpal and Rafael Parambi successfully completing their match, and by the reactions look like that they won. So 5 more teams to come in. Can see the next batch walking in on the 18th. Four competitions are totally complete. 26 four balls have already completed 18 holes. The last 6 four balls awaited. One more has just walked in, and a few more on the 18th, and a couple of more on the 9th to finish day 1 of BGL 2020. batting on the 18th from Atrimed Plant Sciences. Mitesh Jain, Syed Arifullah. From the Wednesday 5 Club, Arjun Talam and R. Vishwanath. The match seems to have gone down to the 18th to the wire. Many matches finished on the 16th and 17th, some of them on the 14th and 15th. But most of the matches have gone down till the 18th. Tight finish, either all square or finishing with a win or loss on the 18th. Arjun Talam putting uphill. Left to right, coming close to the pin. That was a lovely putt. A couple of rolls and may have been into the hole. And tapped away with a given for Arjun. Mitesh Jain and Syed Arifullah now for the Atrimed Plant Sciences to sign off on the 18th. Atrimed Plant Science missed their putts as they walk off the green. So another batch completes their round. Shake hands all round, fist pumps, high fives. Good start to BGL 2020, day one of match play. All 16 teams well represented by their even numbers. And tomorrow we will have the odd number teams playing against each other. 3 rounds of match play and the final round alternate ball stroke play is the format of BGL 2020. Around 4 more batches to complete the round.
Hello. Hello. We have our star player. We have our star player here. One second. We have a star player, Mr. Prakash N. So I want your feedback on today's round, sir.
Hi Meena, how are you? Yeah, good. Course was playing good, and my partner Hema Priya played very well with me. We combined very well, and we bet them on 16th hole. Very happy. No, not much, not much, not much.
Thank you. Okay. How is your team performing today? How is your team performing today?
Yeah, I think our team analyst is here. He will give a feedback on that.
Yeah, Mr. Team analyst here. So Kia's team analyst is here. I would like a few words with you, sir.
ವೆಲ್ ರೀ ಯಾಕೆ ರಿಂಗ್ ತೊಂದರೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ is it actually live? Well, I think the Kia team has played as expectation, and we are confident that we will continue to do well, and we will hopefully finish in the top two after qualifying.
Thank you so much. How is your team doing, sir, today?
I think we are doing as per expectation.
So what is your, how do you feel about the course?
The course is playing well, though the greens could be better.
I would like to speak to Mr. Sunil from PCC team. Sir, so I would like to ask you a few questions. So how did your team do today? And what is your feedback on your team, sir?
We have an awesome team. We have a winning score, 7 points today. So we're very happy with the way we played. We are in second position, I think, in our bracket. And yeah, only thing my team is missing is the whiskey, single malts. Thank you very much.
So what is your feedback on the course today? How are the greens playing?
The greens are playing pretty slow actually, and quite uneven actually. So they should have been. We were expecting that the greens would be polished. We would be polished a little more. So, but that's okay. We did well. Thank you.
So that was the challenges you all faced on the greens. Otherwise, it would have been too easy. I think that was a challenge. Okay, the vice captain wants to have a word. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, this is our very senior golfer in the course, very steady golfer, Champa Khabra, saying a few words. What is your feedback, Champa?
My feedback is this is a good time to meet everybody, and we get to know a lot of teams, and we really learn a lot of things.
So how are the greens playing, Champa, as per your knowledge today in BGC? And what is your reputation in your team?
It's all the greens are treating us well, though we had a little, each up and down with our greens, but then it's treating us well. Thank you.
So good job, Champa. All the best for your next round.
So just waiting for the last two batches. All the ladies have played some great golf today. So they're having a good time here at the BGL 2020 after their wonderful rounds. We're just waiting for the last two batches to approach the final green and to wrap up day one of BGL 2020, brought to you by the Bangalore Golf Club. K.R. Sheshadri and T. Somshekhar. I think losing out to Pratibha Lokesh and Arun Shashank. Pratibha Lokesh has played some terrific golf today, finishing around 2 or 3 over the course is the news that we heard. Let's await the final scores that come in at the BGL 2020. Just the last 1 or 2 batches are waited to complete their round here at the first day of BGL 2020. We will be back tomorrow morning on the same link, on the same channel for day 2 of BGL 2020. So make sure you subscribe to our channel so that once you come to our channel, you'll just see the live telecast of BGL 2020. Last batch walking up to the 9th tee. Looks like Kedarnath and Raman and Bettaya Rajesh and Sanjay Malpani. That seems to be the last batch on the 9th tee. We have one more batch to finish at the 18th. These are the last 2 for day 1 and we will be through with day 1 of BGL 2020. You can watch the results and the scores and the schedule on the app that has been set up, the Bangalore Golf League app, downloadable on the iPhone Apple Store and the Google Play Store. And the live stream will be on the same YouTube channel for the entire duration of the tournament. The same link to watch the live stream on YouTube of the Bangalore Golf Club. That's Ramon on the tree. Ramon Mangalorkar off the 9th tee. Went a bit to the right of the green, looks like. Has he rolled down into the woods? Or is he up? Sanjay Malpani now teeing up on the 9th tee to approach the par 3 9th green. That match also, the scores haven't been updated on the app, so we're not sure what the status is of this match between the Supremos and the Epitome Kia. Sanjay Malpani, good swing, good strike, lovely finish. Bettaya Rajesh. So it was Betea Rajesh who hit earlier. This is Sanjay Malpani now. Good strike again. Ball heading towards the green, landing and just rolling to the edge of the green. Maybe not on the putting surface, but just at the edge, but puttable to the pin from there. That is Sanjay Malpani and Betea Rajesh of the Supremos walking along with Kedar Nath Muda and Raman Mangalorkar.